Alev ses geliyor mu? Buradan duyuyor musun? Telsiz mikrofondan 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. Alev ses geliyor mu? 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. Alev öbür taraftaki pil bitme güzel yalnız karşı taraftaki. Pili zayıf. 1 2 3 4 5. Kamera bağladığımızın adaptörün 1 2 3 4 5. Ama hiç pili görünmüyor. 1 2 3 4 5. Tamam. 1 2 3 4 5. Tamam abiciğim.
everyone from Bodrum from the second and final day of the 2022 Optimist Team Race World Championship. Yesterday we started out with 48 countries and today only the top 16 teams made it. So we will have the live stream of those matches and stay tuned to find out who will be this year's Team Race World Champion.
Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. Moving on, we're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. Moving on, we're moving on, moving on. Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Hello, currently we're watching the match between Japan and Denmark. They're going towards the first mark and it is a pretty breezy day, so we can see all the sailors hiking. We have Denmark coming to the mark in the first position, then Japan second, and it is pretty mixed, so we will probably have, as we can see, Japan waiting for its teammates. Turning that mark. On the other side, we have the second match of the day almost doing their finishes. It's between Turkey and Bermuda. It looks like Bermuda is in the first and second position. Turkey is coming third. It will depend on what happens to the last two boats of Bermuda. Okay. We have Turkey waiting up for his teammates. Bermuda is coming fifth. Depending on what happens, if Turkey manages to wait up for his teammates. I have a lot of attacking. I think there's a protest because they all went to the boat of Empire. So depending on the decision of the jury, we will know who won this race. Meanwhile, the race between Denmark and Japan is continuing. They're going towards the third mark in downwind. We have the first two boats that have a pretty big gap, and the rest of the fleet is behind and pretty mixed, very close to each other. The first two boats being from opposite teams, they will probably just fight with each other to make sure that it's not the other team that finishes first, and are checking out their teammates to see if they need any help, since they're very close, and being far away from your team is not really helping in the team race. Back to Denmark and Japan, they're going to, in their last reach towards the last mark. We can see Japan waiting up for the Danish boats. They are pretty close. The first boat being from Japan, second from Denmark, third from Japan, fourth from Denmark, fifth. This is pretty mixed, so it's a really close match. Really anything can happen because it looks like it's one Danish boat, one Japanese. And the Japanese boat is waiting up before turning the mark. But then he did not manage to turn the mark, so that was probably a mistake of his part. So now we have currently Denmark winning because the two Japanese boats, the last three are from Japan and the second one is from Japan. So currently Denmark is winning. However, the boats are still pretty close. So if Japan manages to catch up, they can still have a chance to win. As it is not exactly a very light wind, some moves that you can do in the very light wind are not exactly working very well in this wind conditions. So I think that's why the boat from Japan was trying to slow down the Danish boat, which is a really good move, but they were just way too fast and weren't slow enough, so he missed the mark. It is quite tricky conditions for team racing. We can see one Danish boat in between two Japanese boats. They're probably going to try to stop him and make their teammates catch up with them. and Japan managed to get the first position. So we have first from Japan, second from Denmark. But Japan is doing a penalty turn, so that situation changed. Now we have Denmark in the first position. And it will be a close finish, so we will have to count at the finish to see who has the winning combination. Yeah, we can see a protest coming from Japan to Denmark. We have the first boats coming to the finish line. 2 Danish boats. So unless the other 2 are 7th and 8th, Denmark will be winning this race. And it looks like they took the first 3 positions. So unless there's a disqualifications, Denmark won this match. But Japan is still not eliminated, so they do have another chance to move along the race. Coming up, we can see Greece versus Peru going downwind. And it looks like the first boat is from Peru. The second as well. However, they are going close. So we'll have to see what happens in reach and especially at the downwind mark. Yes, we can see a lot of boats jibing and tacking and a protest from Greece. At the downwind mark, currently Greece is leading, Peru right behind, but Greece is taking a penalty turn. So with these penalty turns in these conditions, anything can change. Currently, Peru is in a winning position. However, it is very close. So if the last boat from Greece manages to pass the 2 boats from Peru, they could be winning as well. So we see the third boat from Greece that is trying to catch up with the boat from Peru. They're going towards the last reach mark. They're very close. And Peru is now taking a penalty turn. You need to bear in mind that if there's a crash and a protest, if sailors decide that they're in fault, they can do 1 penalty turn. However, if they have a red flag from the jury, they have to do 2 penalty turns. So it is always better for them to do their penalty turns right away if they know they're in the wrong. That's why we can see boats doing penalty turns even if there is no jury boats around. Now it looks like it's pretty close and tricky in the last upwind. So if some boats manage to get a nice breeze and are a bit away from boats from the opponent team, they might have a chance to catch up at the finish line. Now we can see that it's actually Greece that is in a winning position. But since it is pretty close, we'll have to wait and see. They are currently coming towards the finish line. We can see that the first two boats are from Greece. So unless the two other are in the last two positions, Greece will be winning this one. Well, coming towards the finish line, this looks like Greece is having the first, second, and third position, which is a win for them. There's a last-minute protest from Greece to Peru. And it's a red flag for Peru, so Greece has definitely won this one. As you can see in the team race, since there are only 8 boats, when they're very close, the combinations and the position can change very quickly, and the winning team as well can change very quickly. Since in the beginning it looked like Peru was winning, but then at the end Greece managed to have a very good finish. Now we will have Sweden versus France. And they actually turned the first mark. They're coming towards the second one in reach. We can see that the first two boats are from France. The third one from Sweden is pretty close. But the fourth one is also from France. The first boat just turned the mark. The rest of the fleet is pretty close and they're coming. Okay, currently the top 3 is from France. So if Sweden wants to win this one, they have to manage to catch up, make the French boats wait, and wait for their teammates. Okay, now Sweden has a nice position because with this and now we can see that the French boat is laughing, so that the Swedish boat goes away. Now the Swedish boat is waiting probably to make sure that the French boat does not turn the mark at the time. But since there's more wind that they expect, that did not work exactly the way. No, but it managed. Now the other Swedish boats passed the mark, and the French boat came from 2nd position to 5th. This is why, especially in team racing, the way you turn the marks are extremely important, because you can come from the top position to last very quickly. Now we had a Swedish boat doing a penalty turn that just touched a French boat, so now there's a protest and it has to do another penalty turn. Now the current situation looks like the first French boat has a pretty big gap between him and the rest of the fleet. Then we have the Swedish boats coming up, pretty close with the French ones. So now we can see the Swedish boat is coming to the French boats to make them do a penalty turn, as it was starboard and port, and now we can see France doing a penalty turn. And while they were going away, other Swedish boats catch up and already turned the mark. The French boats that were in front are going back to get closer to their team as they're in need of help. It is very close and mixed, so with all those tackings and penalty turns, anything could really happen at the finish line at this point. So now we have the French girls slowing down the Swedish boats, waiting for the teammates to catch up. On the other hand, we have another Swedish boat slowing down a French boat on the right-hand side of the upwind. So now they're all coming towards the finish line, very close. We have probably France that's going to take the first place. But then Sweden looks like is going to have the second, third, and maybe fourth place. It's going to depend on what the French boat is about to do. But no, it wasn't enough. So it looks like Sweden just took the third, fourth, and fifth position, which is the winning combination. So this one goes for Sweden. Right, now we have Ukraine versus Thailand. So two of the favorite teams doing their first match of the day. They already turned the first and second mark. They're now going downwind towards the third mark. And we will soon see what's their situation. Right, so now we have three boats from Ukraine next to each other, and I believe they are the top three. Then we have the fourth boat from Thailand pretty close, and the fifth one as well. Going towards the mark, looks like Thailand has room, so that might change a lot of things. The first two boats just turned the mark. They're from Ukraine. But Thailand did not manage to get the room, so they didn't have overlap. And going towards the fourth mark, Ukraine is winning. Okay, now we have first boat from Ukraine turning the last mark, following up with a teammate and a second teammate. And if they manage to control the rest of the fleet, they should be winning this match. So now they're coming towards the finish line in the mid part of the upwind, but since this fleet is not as close and mixed as the other one, we don't see as many action, protests, and tax. Because what the Ukraine team is doing right now is just trying to go to the finish line as fast as possible, and there is no teammates that they need to rescue in order to win the race. And unless Thailand catches up with them, there is nothing that they can really do. So everybody is just trying to go as fast as possible, and now that they're coming closer and closer to the finish line, it looks like Ukraine has still the first, second, and third position, so it is a strong win. Okay, now we have Spain versus Italy. Italy was also one of the favorites for this year's team race, and now we can see there's already a protest going on at the first mark and Spain doing a penalty turn. So now we have the first and second boat from Spain, another Italian boat doing a penalty turn. So now we have the third boat from Italy, fourth boat from Italy as well. But for Italy to win, they need to make the Spanish boat that's right next to them seventh. And that's why we have the Spanish team waiting for their teammates to make sure that that doesn't happen. Yes, the Spanish boat just jibed twice so that she can create an overlap and maybe even laugh a lot with the Italian boat so that the teammates can turn the mark easily. So now we have the last boat from Spain, the sixth and seventh from Italy. And depending if that Spanish boat enters the finish line 6th or 7th, could be defining which team is winning. So we still have Spain leading, but now Italy is in second. Spain is in third. Italy is in fourth. And fifth. So Italy is in a winning situation right now, but it is very close. And we'll probably have Spain waiting up. Now they're all turning the third mark very close. And in the last reach, we can also see that there's a lot of breeze. And the Spanish boat is having a trouble with the breeze. I think there's a problem with the main sheet. The main sheet and the centerboard, and it's almost about to capsize. But no, he just saved. There's the boom that didn't manage to go across the centerboard, which now penalized him a lot, and he's very behind but he didn't capsize, so I think he'll be back in the race soon. So now Spain needs to work even harder to win this match. So we have the first two, both from Spain. And if their teammates enter at least in the 6th position, they're still winning. But it is currently going 7th. So Italy is winning and has to make sure that the 7th Spanish boat does not pass at least one of them. So we have Spain waiting up for the Italian. Because they just need their teammate to pass one of the Italian boats, and they will be winning if they enter 1st, 2nd, and 6th. But while they were waiting up, the Italians catched up, so now they're not in the 1st and 2nd position anymore. So they need to catch up themselves and slow down the Italians to be winning this race. I guess we can see that sometimes there's a thin line between waiting for the other boats and slowing them down and slowing yourself down. And we have seen the situation in this race. So now we have Italy coming towards the finish line in the 1st position. In the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position, in fact. So if they cross the finish line in this position, Italy will be winning this one. As coming towards the finish line, we can see that the Italian boat waited for the Spanish so that they don't cross the finish line before his teammates. Now we have the 2nd, 3rd, and maybe even 4th boat from Italy. Yes, this one goes for Italy. But as I said earlier, none of these matches are for eliminating a team. So all of them still will have another race to see if they will be able to continue in the scoreboard. Now we're seeing the match between the USA and Germany. Now yesterday USA did not lose a single match. They did 3 out of 3 in winning. However, it looks like Germany is leading pretty strongly at the moment. Oh no, excuse me, this is not the front of the fleet. In fact, there is USA being the top 4 and Germany the last 4. So USA, unless there is something major happens, is winning this one pretty strongly. Now we can see turning the mark. All right, so the current situation is that the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd boats are from the USA, and then 4th, 5th, 7th, 6th, and 7th are from Germany. But even though USA has the last boats, because they're the top 3, they'll still be winning. So it doesn't matter if their last teammate finishes the last one. So they just need to keep their position, and then they'll be good to go. And it looks like they do have a small gap with the Germans. So they just need to cross the finish line as fast as possible, and there isn't many things that they have to do except controlling the boats from Germany, not to go to opposite sides and make sure they don't get a breeze. I think this is the boat that almost capsized from the last race, so he finally finished the race. But the Empire is telling him to get away from the finish line because the team from the US is about to cross the line. And it was probably too late for him to take finish anyways. That was an unlucky jibe with the boom and the center board. Yeah, so currently we have the US coming in first, second, and third position. So this one goes for the US. And now we will have the second round of matches with the winners versus winners, and losers versus losers of the first set of matches. So in the next round, USA will be against Italy. And Germany against Spain. Okay, so currently we have the two winners of the first set of matches of the day. So we have Brazil versus Turkey. They just had their start and they're going towards the first mark. And we can see that we have two boats from Turkey and two boats from Brazil, pretty mixed. And they will be fighting one-on-one on one. Alright, so currently we have 4 boats going towards the left and 4 boats going towards the right with a perfect balance, 2 boats from each team. Trying to slow down and control the other ones going towards the mark. And from the left side, it looks like the Turkish boats have won that match, and they're going towards the first mark in first and second position, unless the boat from Brazil manages to be quicker than them. So yet again, from the right-hand side, we have 2 boats from each team coming towards the mark. And since they have to turn that mark in a port position, it is always trickier. So the first boat from Turkey just turned the mark. Then we have the second from Turkey as well, waiting up a bit. And now the third and fourth one from Brazil. And fifth one as well, but they're pretty close, except the one boat from Brazil that is in 8th position. Now we have the first 2 boats from Turkey going towards the second mark. The third, fourth, and fifth one are from Brazil. But it is a very close fleet at the moment. I think there was just a protest from Turkey to Brazil. Now there's another protest going on at the beginning of the mark, and it is now Turkey doing a penalty turn. And now there's Brazil doing another penalty turn. So there is a big fight and a lot of turns at the back of the fleet with half of the boats. 2 from Turkey, 2 from Brazil. So currently Brazil is in the last two positions. So even if their teammates are in the first and second position, they will be losing if they finish this race in this position. Now we have a lot of waiting up in the front of the fleet for their teammates. We can see half of the fleet just waiting. Yeah, Turkish boats are just waiting and looking at their teammates to see what's going on. I think there might be a protest because there are a lot of screaming, and now the jury boat has come to decide if indeed if someone was wrong. So in the front of the fleet, we have Turkey in first and second position, then Brazil in third, fourth, and fifth. The sixth one from Turkey. So in this position, even if the last boat is from Turkey, they are winning. But as we said before, the fleet is pretty close, and we've seen the positions mix up a lot. And now we have the second half of the fleet turning up. No, sorry, this is still the first part of the fleet. They're turning the last mark, going upwind towards the finish line. So in the moment, the first and second boat from Turkey just need to keep their position. Now we can see there's still a lot of waiting. Now it's the Brazilian boat that's waiting up for the Turkish one. But as long as Turkey keeps its first, second, and sixth position, they will be winning. On the left-hand side of the last upwind, we can see that only one Brazilian boat and one Turkish boat going all the way to the left. And it looks like they will be finishing in seventh and eighth position. But coming towards the finish line, Turkey and Brazil are very close. And depending on which team crosses the finish line first, that might be defining the winner of this match. And now we can see a lot of boats waiting up before crossing the line. All right, so now we have the first boat from Turkey crossing the line, the second one waiting up in case his teammates needs help. And now it's going towards the boat from Brazil to slow it down to save up the third teammate. So we have first, second, and I think fifth from Turkey. So this match goes for Turkey. I think we can see the closer and the more mixed the fleet is, the longer the race lasts, because they all just stop and wait up for their teammates to help them out. So now, next up, we have Bermuda and Slovenia. they're going downwind towards the third mark, and it looks like the first two boats are from Bermuda, which is always a strong position. And we're not really seeing a lot of jives, tacks, and penalty turns, which means that the fleet is not that mixed, probably. But we will have to have a closer look. Okay, yeah, we just had one boat from Bermuda that left the boat from Slovenia. But if I'm not mistaken, the first three boats are from Bermuda, which means if they manage to cross the line in this position, they will be winning this match. And yes, the top three is from Bermuda. However, two boats from Slovenia are still pretty close. So if they manage to catch up, they might be able to wait up for the teammates. Yes, now we have the first two boats with a gap, the third and the fourth boat with a gap, and the first two boats are just trying to go as fast as possible because they just need their teammate that is currently in the third position not finishing the race in a position that is worse than sixth. So turning the mark, still checking out on their teammates. Yeah, we still have the third boat from Bermuda controlling over Slovenians. But now it looks like they're still good to go to win. Yeah, I would say from this end, it is pretty hard for Slovenia to win this race. They are coming closer to the finish line in first, second, and third position. And not surprisingly, in the finish line, the position has not really changed. So this one goes for Bermuda. So next up, we have Denmark versus Greece, the winners of the first round. And currently, it looks like Denmark has an advantage over Greece, but the fleet is pretty close, and it's only the first mark. Oh, and in the last race, the loss of Slovenia meant that they are now eliminated.
Bugün her şey daha yolunda.
So now we have the first and second boats from Denmark running up the mark. The third one is also from Denmark, and there is one boat from Greece that is pretty close. But the Greek boat needs to catch up with a boat from Denmark, slow it really down, and make sure that that boat finishes 7th or 8th. So it looks like Denmark is winning this race, unless something major happens. And as this happened before today, if there are 3 boats from one country in top 3, there isn't really much to do for the other one, and they just straight up go to the finish line. Because it is a really hard position to come back from. The boats are coming closer to the finish line. It is still Denmark having the top 3 positions. So it is safe to say that this one goes from Denmark. And now they will be up against Turkey in the next match. And since Greece has won its first match of the day, they are not eliminated. And they will race against Bermuda to see who will be disqualified from the team race. Now coming up, we will have Peru and Japan, and the loser of that match will be eliminated. Yeah, at this point they're just waiting up for the teammates. And now the second half of the fleet is completing the race. Now we can see the match between Peru and Japan. They're going towards the second mark. And it looks like a close race. And we can see boats tacking in the reach to put themselves in a better position at the mark turning. Now we had the first boat from Peru, the second one from Japan, third one Peru that just protested, and Japan is doing a penalty turn. Only once since he decided to do the penalty turn on his own. Oh no, there's now a red flag. So that would be 2 penalty turns. Now it is pretty hard to say, but I think Peru is currently in the winning position. But there is a boat from Japan that is pretty close to them. So it's still not certain. There's the first boat from Peru that has a small gap, but is now waiting upon the mark. And the boats from Japan are also pretty close. So it will boil down to what happens at this mark and next. So we can just see that the whole the fleet just mixed up. There are 2 protests going on, and the boats that were last just turned the mark the first. And now we have Peru having the first and second position, very close with 3 boats with Japan, and the fourth one doing a penalty turn in the back. So currently we have Peru in first, second, and sixth position. But they're very close with the boats from Japan, so that could change any time. Now we should remember that the loser of this race will be eliminated, so the result of this match is pretty important for these teams because it could be their last match. Now we have the fleet pretty close. They are very close, 4 of them going to the left-hand side and the other 4 going to the right-hand side. That's pretty balanced because on each side you have 2 boats from each team. So now we have still in first and second position, Peru. And it looks like the third one isn't very far away either. So if they finish this race in this combination, Peru will be winning and continuing their journey on the Team Race Championship. And yes, they just got the first, second, and third position, so this is a goodbye for Japan. So now Peru will be racing with Brazil to see if they can continue or will be eliminated in the next round. Now we will have a lot of races where if you lose, you will be eliminated, as we are getting closer and closer to the end of the championship. So currently we are watching Sweden and Ukraine. Ukraine was the other team of yesterday that didn't lose any match. However, currently Sweden is winning this one. So if this match continues like this might be the first match that Ukraine will lose. And we have the first and second from Sweden. The third one from Ukraine. That is now slowing down a Swedish boat. So now the second Swedish boat has come to the rescue of its teammate, trying to slow down the Ukrainian one. And as all of this were happening, two boats from Ukraine came closer and closer. So the first one from Sweden also came back. And now there's a huge battle going on at the mark and the protest, and now Ukraine might be in first or second position, which is still not enough for them to win, but it was a good attack from the team. Yeah, we can see a lot of, we can hear a lot of screaming from both of the teams. But the jury has given a green flag, which means no one's doing a penalty turn. So coming to the finish line, we have the first boat from Sweden, currently slowing down and going back. Yeah, as they're pretty close, they have to do the math, because right now, if Ukraine manages to finish second, third, and fourth, they will be winning this one. There are a lot of screamings and protests going on at the finish line. So we have the first boat from, I think, Ukraine, then Sweden, third one from Ukraine. There was a green flag from the jury. And with these turn of events, it looks like Ukraine has won this match. I mean, coming back from that position was really not an easy task to do, so hats off. So now we have Thailand, last year's team race champions, versus France, and the loser of this match will have to say goodbye to the team race championship. At the first mark, we can see the boat from Thailand just waiting up for the teammates, not letting the French boat turning the mark. Yeah, it's just following the French boat so that in the meanwhile, his teammates from Thailand can turn the mark. But at the moment, no one has really turned the mark. And they went pretty far away, which is something that you're not allowed to do in fleet race, but allowed in team racing. So now we have the first votes from France, second from Thailand, third from France, fourth from Thailand, fifth from France. So it is perfectly mixed. The first boat is rounding the mark with a little gap with the rest of the fleet that's pretty close. Now the second and third boat from Thailand, and now the third one is slowing down the French boats, waiting up for the fourth boat to turn the mark. And now they just immediately jibed to be starboard. So the first two boats have a bit more gap, but the rest of the fleet is pretty close and mixed. And so we might see some changes in this mark as usual. So right now it is pretty hard to tell who has the advantage because it's very, very close. But in this mark turning, we can say that Thailand has done a better job because now they are second, third, fourth, and fifth, which is a win. So this might be a very good example of how the mark turnings are very important in team racing. The first boat from France is now waiting at the mark, realizing that they are currently losing. So that boat needs to slow down the boats from Thailand, wait up for the teammates to switch up the combinations if they want to win and continue to race at the team race championship. But it looks like waiting up in the mark just put Thailand in first and second position. So now we have Thailand in first, second, and fourth position, which is winning. I mean, the first boat from France did the right thing by waiting up the teammates, but then I think things did not go the way as planned because it could not slow down the boat from Thailand, and it just lost its first position. And is now fighting with the boats from Thailand. But the first one just crossed the mark. Now the second, third, and fourth boat will cross the finish line quite close. But since Thailand is just getting the first, second, and third position, it is a win for them and a goodbye for France. US was also one of the teams yesterday from our course, from the course that we had the live stream from, and they haven't lost a match yet. So we will see what happens in this one. Currently, they have the first 3 positions with some gap between them and the 4th boat. So yes, currently they're in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 8th position, but it doesn't really matter in which position the last boat from that team finishes because they have the first top 3 positions. So with the gap between them and the Italians, unless the Italians do a major comeback and catch up, US should be continuing their record of not losing. So we had a small break before because the race committee had to adjust the race course. Now, right after that, we had the match between USA and Italy. USA has won that match, and it means that they will be facing Ukraine in their next match. And these two teams have still not lost any race until this point. So that would be a race that we will look forward to watch. And currently, we have Spain versus Germany. And the loser of this match will be saying goodbye to the Team Race Championship as we're going forward with the race and getting closer to the end. We will see that most of the races will end with elimination because we need to eliminate more and more teams to get to the top three. And since most of the teams have lost before, when they lose again, it means that they are eliminated. So we can see a lot of tacking between Germany and Spain. They are currently in their last upwind, and we have a boat from Germany doing a penalty turn. So we have the first boat from Germany, followed by, which is pretty hard to tell, but I think 2 Spanish boats. Since this is the upwind and some of them are on the right hand side and the other ones are on the left, it is pretty hard to tell what is the exact scoreboard. But they are getting closer and closer to the finish line, and it is pretty mixed. So now we have boats from Germany that are getting closer to the finish line. It looks like they would be finishing in first and second position. Now they just crossed the finish line. We have Germany in first and second position, Spain in third. So we just need to see what happens to the last boats from Germany. And it looks like the fourth one is also from Germany, or the fifth. But in any case, this means a win from Germany. And there's also another boat from Spain that is doing a penalty turn. So that boat will have to go to the finish line once again. So it looks like it is Spain that is now eliminated from the team race. And next up we have Turkey versus Denmark waiting in the finish line. Waiting at the start line. And we're going to the third round of the races today.
Şu an başlatmadılar galiba. Başlatacaklar. Bekliyoruz.
We now just had the start in the match Turkey versus Denmark. Now we had 3 boats from Denmark going towards the right-hand side. So currently this looks like more of a fleet race because it's still the beginning. I think we will see what happens better in the first mark. So we have the first boat probably from Denmark, the second one from Turkey. But yet again, we will have to see what happens on the first mark. Now, since both of these teams have not lost a lot, whatever happens, none of them will be eliminated at the end of this match. They will have to do another match yet again. So this is a bit different than the match we just had. So now we have the first two boats from Denmark just rounded up the mark. We have a boat from Turkey that is waiting up for its teammates. So now we have the third boat from Turkey that just rounded up. They're still waiting at the first mark. Well, I guess this is the beauty of team race when you have to leave the mark at the starboard and turn the mark in port. The gap between the top three and the rest of the fleet is increasing, but now the top three is waiting because it is pretty mixed in the back and there's not really much point in having a big gap between the two groups. So now they started going again. We have the first two boats from Denmark, third from Turkey, and then fourth from Turkey as well, I think. But now in the front, they started to wait up again, right before the second mark. So now the whole fleet is getting closer. And the first boat is now from Turkey, and now Denmark again. And there's a starboard port situation. Protest from Turkey to Denmark, and the Danish boat has just completed its penalty turn. So currently, the situation is the first, second, and third boats are from Turkey. And then the fourth from Denmark, fifth and sixth from Denmark as well. On the other side, we still have a lot of Spanish and German boats in the finish line. They're, I think, talking to the juries, maybe because there were a lot of protests at the end. But going back to our match between Turkey and Denmark, the top three is Turkish boats. So if they finish this race in this position, regardless of what happens to the last member of the team, they will be winning this one. So they just need to go as fast as possible. We can also see that the wind has dropped a bit since the morning, so it is better for team racing conditions, as you can do a lot more maneuvers in a lighter wind. So yes, currently Turkey is first, second, third, and eighth, and Denmark is fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. So we can now see that they're all running up the mark and going directly towards the finish line, as the only thing they need to do is to cross the line and make sure to control the rest of the fleet. So this last upwind might look more like a fleet race rather than a team race, as the fleet is not really mixed. Now the first boat is about to cross the finish line. So Yes, we just had the first boat crossing the finish line, and Turkey finishes first, second, and third, which means it is a win for them, and they will continue on the journey. And Denmark still has another match to see whether they will be eliminated or not. So we're getting closer and closer towards the finals of the Team Race World Championship. Next up, we have Bermuda versus Greece. This match will be determining who will be eliminated. So now they're going towards the first mark, and it is pretty close, but it looks like Greece has a better positioning comparing to Bermuda at the moment. Like the first boat is rounding up the first mark, and it looks like Greece will have first, second, and probably fourth position at the mark. But now they're not running up the mark, they're just continuing, waiting for their teammates. So as usual, we now have the first boat waiting up for the rest of the fleet. And in the current situation, we have Greece having the first and second position, followed by 3 Bermuda boats. So now Greece is coming back to have a starboard port position, which will enable them to give a penalty turn to the opposing team. So rounding up the mark, we have Greece in first, second, 7th, and 8th position. So right now, Bermuda is winning. But it is just the beginning of the downwind. The wind is pretty light, so I would say this is pretty good conditions for team racing. And the fleet will be closer and closer. So except the first boat, the rest of the fleet is pretty much all together. We will probably have a better look at the mark rounding, as there's high chances of everyone mixing up again, depending on which team manages the rounding of the mark better. So now we have the first boat waiting. letting its teammates pass. And now the rest of the fleet is mixing. So currently we have the first boat from Greece, second from Bermuda, third from Greece, fourth from Bermuda. But it is very close. It is very close, and I think they're all trying to find ways to slow each other down and to see how they can give a penalty turn to the other team, which would be a huge advantage at the moment because they're so close. There we have a lot of jibing because they went overboard. Trying to turn the mark. It is still very hard to tell who will win this one because they are very close and they're aware of it. So since this one could be their last race, I think they will be giving their all and fighting until the finish line. So we now once again have half of the fleet going towards the right and the other half towards the left, with two boats from each team. On the right hand side, Bermuda has an advantage over Greece. But on the left-hand side, it looks like it's the opposite. So this will be very close. Coming towards the finish line, we have the first one possibly from Greece, but they're waiting up. Now we will see if... Yes, it is Bermuda that crosses the finish line first. Bermuda is first and second. But now we have Greece and another Greece. This is very mixed. Yeah, I think a boat from Bermuda just had a penalty turn, so it's still doing its penalty turn, which means it's in this current position. It looks like the 7th and 8th boats were from Bermuda, which means if I did not see it wrong, it is Greece that won this one. If with the penalty turn, Bermuda indeed finished the race in 7th and 8th position, they lost this one as there is no combination that could save them. And yes, we have Bermuda going back to the shore and Greece going back to the start line. So that was the case. Now we're watching the match between Peru and Brazil. This is once again a match that will decide who will be eliminated. And currently, Peru is leading. But this is light winds and only the beginning of the race, so nothing is for sure. Yeah, so we have the first two boats from Peru that are next to the mark. They just waited up for their third teammates, so now they're in first, second, and third position, possibly because it is pretty close with Brazilian boats. But it looks like right now they might be even the top 4 boats. So Brazil needs to catch up. Now, due to the angle, it is a bit harder to see, but actually the boat from Peru that is on the left-hand side has also an advantage because it is actually first. It's sometimes a bit tricky to see from the angle of the camera, but right now it is Peru that is leading with being the first, but another boat from Brazil just catched up, so they're actually in second position at the moment. But you can see that they're very close, so we will see at the round marking. Mark rounding, I'm sorry. Yeah, now they're all jibing. They're all jibing. There are a lot of rooms, port, starboard. And now the boat who finally had the enough space to turn the mark was Peru. So now we have Peru having the first, third, and fourth position, which is a still winning combination, but they're very close. So now we will probably see Brazil messing with the boats from Peru to help out their teammates. So now they're getting closer to the last mark. So now we just saw the boat from Peru going overboard, and now she gets to turn the mark, but the one from Brazil didn't. And they did. But the one who had the advantage in this position, due to the space that they left between them and the mark, was the boat from Brazil that now just tacked. So while you're trying to create space for your own teammates, sometimes it's the other team's boats that find that space and use it. So it is a bit tricky, but they're still very close, and it is very hard to tell who will be winning this race. Now they're coming at the finish line. This is the last upwind. We can see a lot of the boats tacking and trying to give the other team bad wind. And others are just trying to get away from all the boats. So on the right-hand side, we have 2 boats from Peru and 1 from Brazil. the one from Brazil is in the middle, so wherever he tacks, the other boats are just following him and giving him a hard time. While on the left, it is the Brazilians that have the majority, so they are giving a hard time to the boat from Peru. As you can see, it's usually they are usually trying to create a sandwich with two boats from the same team being on the two sides and the member of the opponent team in the middle. But currently we have two boats from Brazil crossing the finish line, and also the third one. Even if it's not the third, it's the fourth one. So it is still a winning combination, and it means that it is Brazil that won this race, which means that it is the end for team racing for Peru, which was one of the teams that was regarded as very strong. So next up, we're having Ukraine versus USA, the two teams who have not lost yet. So whatever happens, it will be the first loss of one of the teams. So we can see the boats lining up in the start line. Wait, I am really sorry. That is another match. The one between USA and Ukraine is currently in the last upwind. We have the first boat from USA, but it is still pretty close. I think the second boat is also from USA, but the third one is from Ukraine. They're currently having a tack battle on the right-hand side. Although I have to say that currently it looks like that it is USA that is winning. They're in the middle of the upwind. And if things continue in this way, USA will be crossing the finish line in first, second, and third position. And yes, they're about to cross the finish line. And this is a win for USA. So Ukraine is now obviously not eliminated, as this is their first loss. They will have another match in the upcoming round. So now we are currently watching Thailand versus Italy. Thailand was the latest team race world champion, and Italy won the one the year before. And one of them will be eliminated at the end of this match. So now they're coming up at the second mark. I think the wind has shifted a little bit, so they were tacking, coming along. But now going towards the downwind mark, Italy is in first, second, and third position, with a bit of gap between them and the boat from Thailand. So now the boat from Thailand is trying to catch up with the Italians, but as now we have light winds, closing down the gaps is getting harder and harder. And since the first three boats are from Italy, they're not doing anything to slow each other down, obviously, and they will try to go to the finish line as fast as possible. So it looks like from this position, it is hard from Thailand to come back. It is obviously not impossible. We have seen a lot of things happening, but currently Italy is in a pretty strong position. And now they're going to the last mark in reach. And yes, I think we're once again going to watch an upwind that looks more like a fleet race, where boats just goes to the finish line. Well, yes, in this positioning, honestly, there isn't much else that Thailand can do, unless they can find a very nice breeze, which doesn't seem very likely because it is pretty stable at the moment. This will be a win for Italy. They are just tacking one after another to make sure they're not blocking each other's wind, coming steadily towards the finish line. We have more of a battle in the back, but this doesn't matter that much because whatever happens to the fourth boat in Italy, if they finish first, second, and third, which is about to happen as they're coming closer to the finish line, it will be a win for Italy and elimination for Thailand. So yes, now the team from Thailand made the boat from Italy 8th, when it was, I think, 5th, which is good, but does not mean a lot for the outcome of the race, because the boats from Italy already just gave their finishes. And now they all just crossed the finish line. So Italy will be racing against Denmark in the next match to see if they will continue along the team race or will be eliminated. As the next round is the quarterfinals. So now we're having the last match that will give us the last name on the quarterfinals that will start after this match. We're watching Sweden versus Germany. The winner will go on to the quarterfinals and the loser will be eliminated. Alright, so now at the first mark going towards the second, we have a pretty close fleet. But it looks like it is Germany that is leading, with boats from Sweden very, very close. So now we can see the German boat trying to slow down the Swedish one. But if it does that, there is the other Swedish boat that will pass. So he did not really insist on that move. Now turning the mark, we have Germany, Sweden, another Sweden. So Sweden is in currently second, third, and fourth position, which is winning, but this is just the beginning of downwind. But once again, having a pretty chaotic mark rounding, it looks like it is Sweden that managed this one the best, as now they are in first, second, and third position. Now it looks like it's not really likely to have a lot of changes in this mark rounding, and it is mostly boats from the same team that will be rounding next to each other. So we'll see if anything changes in the last upwind. So as expected, there isn't much else going on in the upwind, as Sweden is in first and second position. And the third boat from Sweden is pretty close with the Germans, but unless they finish the last two, which does not seem likely, they will be winning this race. And actually we can see that the third boat is also from Sweden, so this is the end for Germany in the Team Race Championship, and Sweden will be continuing. So we started the day as 16 teams, and now we eliminated half of them, so now we only have 8 teams left. Now the match that we're going to watch now between Turkey and USA is a pretty important one, because the winner of this one will go directly to the finals. So currently we have Turkey leading, followed by USA and another boat from Turkey. The loser of this race will still get to continue in the team racing, but to go to the finals will have to win 2 more matches. So winning this race is actually extremely valuable. It is like a fast track to the finals. Okay, so the first boat from Turkey is rounding the mark, followed by another Turkish boat. Then we have 2 boats from the US and the 5th one from Turkey, but we will see if USA will let that boat turn round the mark before their teammates. And they did, so now we have Turkey being 1st, 2nd, and 5th, while the US is 2nd, 3rd. Well, the 3rd one is now doing a penalty turn. So now they are in 3rd, 5th, and maybe 6th position. So now we saw the boat from the US just did a jibe to become starboard and gave a penalty turn to the boat from Turkey. So as Turkey is now in 1st and 2nd position, they just need their teammates not to be the last 2. Now we just saw a crash between USA and Turkey. And it is Turkey that's doing a penalty turn. So now we have the last boat from Turkey and the 7th. So in this position, they will be losing. So this is why we are already seeing the Turkish boats waiting for the US at the round marking. They are trying to slow them down to make sure that their teammates can catch up. We can now see one Turkish boat is making sure that the boat from the US goes really far, and they are being late to the round marking. We also see a protest from the Turkish boat to the US, and now the American is doing a penalty turn. So it is now very mixed. We can see that Turkey is leading, but then the US has 3 boats really close to each other. This will be close. Now Turkey is trying to slow down the boat from the US. They are laughing and bearing away all the time. And now they're waiting at the mark. And they have to bear away a lot, actually. So now we have a boat from Turkey that catched up with the US, but now they're not in the first position anymore. So at the current situation, it is now USA that is leading. They are actually in position, but it is very close. They are pretty close, but currently USA is leading. As I said before, this match is not to define who will be eliminated, but more like who will get the golden tickets as a fast track to the finals. So now, as they're getting closer to the finish line, they're all waiting up and trying to slow down the other team because they are very close. The wind is light. And while they're attacking and slowing each other down, if someone gets a good breeze, they can just catch up, which is what is happening. So coming towards the finish line, we have USA in first and second position. So depending on what's happening right now, right in front of the finish line, we'll see who gets the golden ticket. Turkey needs to manage to make the USA boats 7th and 8th to win this race. But as now we can see that the third boat is crossing the line. That is from Team USA. This is a win for USA, and they will be going to finals without losing a single match. So now Turkey has to win consecutively 2 more matches to be able to go to finals. So now we're currently watching the match between Brazil and Ukraine. They are rounding the first mark, and we can see that it is Brazil that's leading with 3 boats from Ukraine and then another boat from Brazil. So if Brazil wants to win this match, they need to help out their teammates to get in front of the Ukrainian boats. Now this match will not give any golden tickets. So in the 3 matches that we will watch, including this one, the one who loses will go to the shore, and it will be the end of their journey in the team racing championship. And the one who wins gets to continue to be able to go to semifinals. Going towards the third mark, it is still Brazil that is leading and is now waiting for the Ukrainian boats to come closer. And now it just lets one of the boats from Ukraine to round the mark in first position. So now we have Ukraine in, well, we will see. It is in first position, and now we can see the first person is just standing up, watching their teammates what's happening. We still don't know who's going to be in second. All right, so now we have Brazil, followed by Ukraine, followed by another boat from Ukraine that just rounded the mark, which means that in the current position, it is Ukraine that is winning. rounding up the last mark, we still have Ukraine leading, followed by Brazil, followed by 2 more boats from Ukraine, meaning that currently Ukraine is winning. So we'll see if the boat from Brazil will manage to slow them down. But as I was saying that, she's doing a penalty turn. So it does not seem likely that she'll be able to slow them down. So currently we have Ukraine in first, second, third, and fourth position. So now we're just watching the boats going towards the finish line. And I guess we can say that Ukraine is continuing on the race. And we'll be facing the winner of the next match between Denmark and Italy. And now Brazil is eliminated. Okay, so now currently we have Denmark versus Thailand. Even though I said Denmark versus Italy. Even though in the positions it looked like Italy has won. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but there might have been a protest because in team racing you do not have any protests left to the shore. Everything is resolved on the sea. And from where I stand now, we cannot get the information directly from the juries. So I'm not exactly sure what happened there. But right now we have Denmark versus Thailand. The one who wins will be facing Ukraine next up, and the one who loses will be eliminated. And well, as you can see, we have less and less sailors on the sea now, as a lot of them are eliminated and they just go to the shore. So we only have boats that are continuing in the team racing on the sea. So waiting up in the start line, we have Thailand versus Denmark. So the race has started. We can see that they've already started tacking and going pretty close to each other. And now they have a small breeze as the boats are going faster and they can finally not sit inside. Yeah, we can already see that Thailand has started to try to slow down boats from Denmark. I guess not leaving the result of this race to fate or to the future. And the boat from Denmark is already doing a penalty turn. And usually what determines the team race is not really the first upwind. But I guess both of these teams already started to fight from the very beginning. Because if you secure a very good position from the beginning, it is harder and harder for the other team to catch up. So I believe that's what they were trying to do. And I believe they both want to go to the finals. So currently we have the top three from Thailand. In fact, the top four is from Thailand. So I guess trying your best and starting to be aggressive in the first upwind did really pay off. And now as the gap between the top three and the rest of the fleet is increasing, the chances of Thailand winning this match is increasing as well. So I guess we could say that from the moment you turn the first mark very mixed with both of the teams, anything could really happen, and there are a lot of jibes, tacks, penalty turns that are happening, and then the match could go in any direction. But if you manage to round the first mark being in top three, well, then things get really easier for you to win the race, because you don't have to deal with the other team as much, and it's more like a fleet race at that point. So now we can see Team Thailand rounding the third mark in first, second, third, and fourth position. So the fourth boat from Thailand is pretty close with the entire team of Denmark. But whatever really happens to that boat does not matter as much at this point. Yeah, now a boat from Denmark managed to catch up with the fourth boat from Thailand. So now Thailand is in first, second, third, and fifth position. But that is still a winning combination. Well, now we're just watching the boats going towards the finish line. As they're all from the same team, there isn't really anything that's happening. So Thailand will be facing Ukraine in the semifinals. So next up, we will watch the last match of the quarterfinals between Greece and Sweden, where the loser will be eliminated and the winner will face Turkey in the semifinals. So they've already started their race. They're going towards the first mark. All right, so turning the first mark, we can see that Greece has already secured the first, second, and third position for the moment, followed by Swedish boats, and then one Greek boat on the top. All right, turning down the third mark, Greece is still in first, second, and third position, which is a winning combination. Which I hope you remember at this point because we had so many matches today and yesterday with the very same situation. And the first Swedish boat is actually pretty close to the Greek one, so I think they're just trying to get closer and maybe hope to slow them down and make that boat and the other Greek boats last two. But from the look of it, that does not seem very likely at this point. So now as they're turning the fourth mark, the situation have not changed. Greece is still top three, meaning that if they do indeed finish in this position, they will go to the semifinals. Well, I think one of the boats from Sweden did actually catch up with the Greeks. But even if Greece finishes this race in first, second, and fourth position, they'll still be winning. So coming closer to the finish line, the Greek boats are actually waiting because now there's also a Swedish boat right next to them. So crossing the finish line, we have Greece that crossed first, or Sweden, then there's another Sweden, Greek. Okay, but from the looks of it, even though it's way closer than it was before, it still looks like Greece has won, but now they're also having a penalty turn. So if with that penalty turn, they cross the finish line in 7th and 8th position, that means it is actually a win for Sweden. Now we will see if that was the case. But this is probably a very good situation that describes how anything could happen in team race. And don't get too relaxed even if you're in first, second, and third position. And now the boats are talking to the finish line and the jury boats. And as we will learn the result of this race, we're now going to see the beginning of the semifinals between Ukraine and Thailand. So while we're waiting, what's going to happen next is that we're going to start the semifinals. But since we already have one of the names in the finals being the USA that got there with the golden ticket, what's going to happen now is that we're going to have Ukraine versus Thailand, Turkey versus the winning of the race between Greece and Sweden. The losers will be eliminated, and the winners will either get the bronze medal, will have another match among them, and it will either get the bronze medal or go to the finals against USA. Now the match between Thailand and Ukraine just started. The winner of this match will for sure get a medal. And the color of that medal will be determined in the following matches. All right, now the protests between Sweden and Greece just ended, and we just saw the Swedish team celebrating as they won. So it will be Sweden that will face Turkey in the semifinals, and Greece is now eliminated. So coming back to the match between Thailand and Ukraine, they are now getting closer to the first mark, and now we just saw the Swedish team going back to the starting line as they won their protest. So yeah, we can see that the boat from Ukraine is already slowing down. They are very close. So at the moment, we have the first two boats from Ukraine, and the third one that was from Thailand is now doing a penalty turn. So I think the third one is still from Thailand, but another one. And the fourth one is from Ukraine. So rounding up the second mark, we have in first position Ukraine, second Ukraine, third from Thailand that is now giving a hard time to the boat from Ukraine. So now we can see that the boat from Ukraine is in between two boats from Thailand. And the fourth boat from Thailand is now doing a penalty turn. But now it is a boat from Ukraine that is doing a penalty turn, and another one from Thailand. It looks like this is going to be a long match, with both teams giving a very hard time to each other, as they're both very experienced, and it is the semifinals. So with all these hard times, there are a lot of protests, so a lot of penalty turns and a lot of changes in the positioning of the boats. So now the first boat that had a pretty large gap is going back to see what is happening, as another one of his teammates just completed another penalty turn. So going towards the third mark, we have Ukraine followed by Thailand. Now Ukraine is trying to slow the Thai boats. And now they're both waiting at the mark to slow each other down, as the third boat just rounded the mark. That is now also waiting. So we just saw a boat that didn't even turn the mark yet, slowing down another one that just turned the mark, which is something that can happen in team racing. So yes, what we are currently seeing is, both of the teams are being aggressive towards each other, but that is completely normal, as they are fighting to be able to get a medal at this point. Let's remember that the winner of this race will get, in the worst case, the third place. So now the first one rounding the mark is Ukraine, second from Thailand, third from Ukraine, fifth from Thailand, fourth from Thailand, I'm sorry. Now it looks like currently it is Ukraine that is winning. But it is very close, and we have seen a lot of changes happening in the last upwind, so nothing is certain. So now we can see how Ukraine 311 is not letting go the boat from Thailand right next to it. It's as if each boat from each team has one person from the other team that is responsible for slowing down and not letting go. So you can see how the boats are divided in groups of two. In each group you have one boat from each team, and it is a small battle between each of these groups. So in here, how well you tack and how fast you are will be very important, as they are constantly tacking and it is a very mixed fleet coming down to the finish line. Now you can see how there is a very tight fight going on between Ukraine and Thailand. But coming down to the finish line, it looks like Ukraine is having the first and second position. And yes, they have just crossed the finish line. So now we're just going to look at what happens to the other two boats from Ukraine, and if they manage to pass at least one boat from Thailand, they will be winning this race. And now they just had a very close finish with Thailand. Now we already know that Ukraine prefers the first and the second. As we once again had a close finish, and this was a very important match, we once again have both of the teams next to the juries talking to each other and trying to figure out who actually won. Because we know that Ukraine finished in first and second position, so what really matters at this point is who finished in seventh and eighth position. If those last two spots were from Ukraine, then it is Thailand that will continue in the race. But if at least one of the two last boats were from Thailand, then it is Ukraine that is continuing. So now we still have both of the teams next to the finish line with the juries talking and wondering what the results are. Yeah, I think Ukraine did finish in seventh and eighth position, which means that is Thailand continuing, but I'm still not sure. Both of the teams are still going around the boat. On the other hand, at this moment, we will have Sweden versus Turkey. That will have the similar race in which the loser will be eliminated and the winner will have a medal. and the color will be determined in the next races. Now, the race between Turkey and Sweden just started. And so currently we have light wind in the first leg, and boats are coming closer to the first mark. It looks like it is Sweden that is leading at the moment. It looks like the wind is quite light there. So now rounding the first mark, we have Sweden in first, second, and third position. Going down to the third mark, it looks like the situation has not changed. In the top three, it's still Sweden that is first, second, and third. On the other hand, in the back, the fourth Swedish boat is now doing a penalty turn. So the fourth one is currently in the 8th position. So Turkey needs to catch up with top three and then slow them down and make the third boat 7th if they want to win. But there is a pretty large gap considering that it's very light wind at the moment between top three and the rest of the fleet. They're currently with that light wind. The gap that doesn't seem too much is really not easy to close. And we can see that the Swedish team is just sailing, and the rest of the fleet is trying to catch up, but it is very light wind right now. So now we have the Turkish team rounding up the mark. One of them just immediately tacked, going towards the left-hand side, while the top three of the Swedish team is going to the right-hand side. Well, as the Swedish boats are getting closer to the finish line, we can also see that the Thailand team is going to the shore, meaning that it is Ukraine that won the match. And with this race ending, Sweden getting first, second, and third position. Unfortunately, Turkey, the host country, is now eliminated from the semifinals and will not get a medal. So the fight between gold, silver, and bronze will be among USA, Ukraine, and Sweden, with USA securing at least a gold or a silver medal. So now we will continue with the two matches we have left that will define who will get the medals and which colors.
there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Now we have Ukraine and Sweden that has just started their race. The winner of this race will go to the finals to fight for the gold with the USA, and the loser will get the bronze medal. We can see that half of the fleet is going to the left, the other half is to the right, and there's one boat in the middle. But as always, this is going to get clearer at the first mark. Currently, Ukraine is leading. But it obviously depends on the other members of the team. Coming to the mark, we have Ukraine in first position with a boat from Sweden that is right next to it. And the third one is, again, from Ukraine. Now we can already see that they already started to fight. To let their teammates pass by. So with that, we have three boats that are going almost upwind after the mark. And so now we have Ukraine followed by Sweden that has just turned the upwind mark. These boats were not in the winning position, but as the other group just started to go upwind after the mark to let their teammates pass by, now the fleet is pretty close, except the first boat from Ukraine that has a small gap between him and the rest. But currently, rounding up the second mark, we have Ukraine in first and second position. Well, in this current position, it looks like it is Ukraine that is winning. But as we saw earlier, anything could happen anytime. So we still have to watch pretty closely. The fleet is pretty close. It is also mixed. But the 7th and 8th boat looks like are from Sweden. But we already start to see how the boats that are next to each other in downwind that are from opposite teams are just constantly jibing to get to starboard port position to get the other team a penalty. So now, as usual, we have one boat waiting for the other ones in the third mark and the whole fleet mixing up. So, okay, it is pretty mixed. We have one boat that came from all the way from the outside trying to get to the inside, which did not work. And now we have a very different positioning coming up to the last upwind. We have the first boat from Ukraine, second from Sweden, third and fourth from Sweden as well, which is a winning combination. So in this current situation, it is Sweden that is winning. Now we can see how the boat from Sweden is not letting the boat from Ukraine to go upwind. Well, I'm sorry, my bad. What just happened, that was all the reach. So they were going upwind in the reach and now they're constantly jibing. And it is now that they're trying to round the mark. And the first one is from Ukraine. First boat is from Sweden, second from Ukraine, third from Sweden, fourth from Sweden as well. So now we're at the last upwind and the whole fleet is mixed. The winner of this race will go to the finals and the loser will get the bronze medal. So we can see why they are attacking and fighting this much at the very end. It is quite hard to tell what's going to happen from this angle. The first boat is still from Ukraine, but the second and third are from Sweden. So if Sweden's teammates enter fourth or fifth, it is a win for Sweden, even though the first boat is Ukraine. So now we're witnessing a very, very close fight. They are getting closer to the finish line and the whole fleet is very close. Especially we can say that there's a group of 5 in front and a group of 3 a bit in the back. Now we still have the first boats from Ukraine. And I think in the very last tacks, it was Ukraine that tacked a bit better. And now Sweden is trying to make sure that Ukraine does not go to the finish line before them. And it did succeed at that. So we have first 2 boats from Ukraine, second and third from Sweden. But now they're trying to make sure that the 4th boat from Ukraine does not pass the finish line and that their teammates do. But that did not happen for Sweden. So the last 2 boats are from Sweden, the first 2 boats are from Ukraine, which means Sweden gets the bronze medal and Ukraine will fight for gold with the US in the upcoming match. But that was indeed a very close match and we just saw the entire fleet mixing, and saw that Sweden really did try until the very end. And they did manage to win a couple positions, but that was not enough. So they will have to take the bronze medal. I mean, they're once again talking to the jury, but I'm not sure there was a huge situation. Yes, and Ukraine is going back to the start line, so I think it is for certain that they have won this match, and Sweden is now going to the shore. So, upcoming match, it will be the very last one of the 2022 Optimist Team Racing World Championship. It will be once again Ukraine versus USA. The same combination happened earlier today, where both of the teams were unbeatable until that point. But then USA won against Ukraine, and so the only team that Ukraine has lost against in this championship was USA. So we will see what happens in this rematch. Will it be the same again, or will Ukraine manage to get its revenge this time? Now, the final match is about to start. It is between USA and Ukraine. This match will define who will be this year's Team Racing World Champion. Now, on one side, we have the USA, who has still not lost a match, and then Ukraine, who has only lost one match, which was against USA earlier today. Most of the boats are pretty close to the race committee. There's still a couple minutes to the start of the race. They're now lining up in the start line, and they already started to messing with each other, trying to give each other penalty turns, and making sure that the opponent team does not have a good start. So this is why next to a Ukrainian boat, you have a boat from the US, and well, same thing happening all around, actually. As this is the very last match, no team is leaving anything behind or leaving this to the luck. And they already started to fight hard before the start. So this should be the last minute before the start. All boats are pretty close to the start line. And it started. It is once again pretty light wind. So we will see what happens. It is probably going to be very stressful on both of the teams. You can see how the sails are moving with every single move. This has happened one more time. In the match between Turkey and Sweden, where the wind completely died on the right-hand side and the Turkish boat just stopped. And right now it looks like the wind is very, very light at the start line. As we can see, all the boats that are struggling to keep their boats going. So on the right-hand side, we have two boats from Team USA. One of them just tacked, and one in the middle as well. The boats on the very left-hand side already started tacking on each other. One of them is not letting the other one go. So going towards the first mark, we can see that each boat has another boat from the opponent team right next to each other. So even if the wind dies at some point, we will always have one boat trying to control and check that the other boat from the other team does not get a lucky escape. So currently, we have the first boats rounding the first mark, and it is from USA. The boat from Ukraine is currently waiting at the first mark to not to let the boat from USA to turn the mark, and is waiting for its teammates. So now we have the second boat turning around the first mark, and we see that the third boat is having a really difficult time to turning the mark without touching it, but it still managed. So currently we have USA in first and second position, Ukraine in third and fourth position, and the other ones are still about to turn the mark. You can see how light the wind is. Even in reach, they're actually sitting inside the boat. So every single movement they will do within the boats will affect the speed. So now the first boat from USA just stopped and one of them is just going back. They are attacking and trying to go to the second mark. While the first boat is just waiting for the second one. Yes, now we see that the first boat from USA is making the boat from Ukraine wait, while the second boat from USA is about to turn the mark. So, yes, and now they're going back, and now USA is once again in first and second position. And Ukraine is in third, fourth, and fifth. So unless Ukraine does not manage to make USA finish 7th and 8th, which is actually the current position, it will be USA that is winning. But currently, as Ukraine is in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th position, it is Ukraine that is winning. But it is too early to say. It is just the middle of the downwind, and we have seen a lot of things happening. Now they have a bit more breeze, so the boats are moving a bit faster. One boat from USA is still doing penalty turns in the back, so they're not as close to the boats from Ukraine. I mean, currently they're in a line, as I can say, and they each have a small gap within each other. It's not a big group coming up, but as now the boats from USA are waiting up at the mark, everything could change. So they are waiting and not letting the boats from Ukraine turning the mark, while Ukrainians are trying to escape from the Americans. So as they've been driving all around, the whole fleet came next to each other in the mark, and now they will be turning the mark as a big group. So they are still trying. Now, the first boat is from Ukraine, second from USA, third from Ukraine. But they are going reach at the moment, so the positioning of them turning in the last mark is not very obvious because the wind have shifted a bit. So right now they do need to tack in order to turn the last mark. So it is as if they have a small upwind right now. So currently it looks like it is Ukraine that is leading, followed by two more Ukrainian boats. But one of them just received a penalty turn. So currently Ukraine is in first, second, and I think sixth position, which is still winning. It is still winning, but we'll see what happens in the last upwind. Yes, currently Ukraine is in first, second, seventh, and eighth position, which is a losing combination. So they need to make sure to help out their teammates. So they can either, they have to slow down some boats from the USA so that at least one of their teammates passes at least one boat. But they need to make sure that they do not lose their position of being first and second while they're trying to slow down the others, because currently, for instance, it looks like the third boat from USA is actually in second position. So it is very close. Right now, once again, we have half of the fleet on the right side, 3 boats on the left-hand side, and the first boat from Ukraine is actually going from the middle. We can see that all boats are constantly tacking, and the left-hand side actually paid off. So the leader of the group that went to the left-hand side from USA is now actually in first position. And currently, it looks like USA is winning, and if that would be the case, they will be the one who will win the gold medal in the team racing championship. So the boat from the USA is about to cross the finish line. And we'll have to see if the second one is from Ukraine or USA. They're still constantly tacking right next to the finish line, trying to make sure that it's not the other team that crosses the finish line first. Now we have second and third from Ukraine, fourth from USA, fifth from USA, but yes, unless anything changes in the protests, it is the win is for the USA, which means that the 2022 Team Racing Optimist World Champions are the United States. We will have to make sure that nothing happens in the protests, because that could change the results. But currently, looking at the finish line, the gold medal goes to the USA and Ukraine gets the silver medal. So now all the votes are going to the jury to make sure what the results are, and then we will get back to you with the official results. But this is the current situation. And this was a really close match. Started with very light winds, and then a lot of things changing in the marks. And then the last upwind, we still saw a big fight between both of the boats, which still changed the leaderboards and the whole positioning. Wait, little update. So in the finals of the Optimist Team Race Championships, we will have 3 races between USA and Ukraine. And the team that wins 2 out of 3 matches will be the winner. So the first match goes to the US, and we will have 2 more matches to see. If in this one, the USA wins again, they'll be the champions. If this time it's Ukraine that is winning, they will have to do a 3rd match. So now they're going towards the start line to have their 2nd race. And if Ukraine wants to have a chance to win the gold medal, they need to win this one and the next one back to back. Well, I'm once again sorry for the confusion. So for the finals, the team that wins 2 out of 3 matches becomes the champion. So right now we are seeing the final minutes of the second start of USA versus Ukraine. Since USA won the first match, if they win this one again, they will be world champions. However, if this one Ukraine wins, they will have to do a third match to break the tie and see who will become the world champion. So currently this might be the last or the one before last match that we will watch. So it is probably approximately 30 seconds before the start. And we see all the boats lining up. It looks like the wind is a bit better than the last start. So they won't have that much of a difficult time to go forward. And it has started. So we saw that the first one from the pin end was from Ukraine. And from the very first seconds, we already had a red flag from the jury. But I can't see who's the one doing a penalty turn. Yes, I think we can see the boat doing a penalty turn. And it was from Ukraine. So now on the right-hand side of the course, we see 2 boats from Ukraine that are looking like they're leading. And then on the left-hand side, the leading boat is from USA. That is already started to try to slow down the boat from Ukraine that is right behind. So now Ukraine is doing the same thing. They're not letting go the boats from the US. So now they are getting closer to the first mark. We'll see if they'll let each other turn the mark or wait for their teammates. So now the first boat coming up is from Ukraine. Ukraine 310 had a penalty turn. So now he is turning. And that did change the turns of events because now the first boat is from Ukraine. The second and third one is USA. Fourth one as well. So currently, US has second, third, and fourth positions, which is winning. This is why I think the first boat from Ukraine is already starting to wait or see what's happening. So now he's waiting at the second mark. We'll probably not let the boat from the US turn, I was gonna say. But now they're all going towards the third mark. Okay, now, so the boat from Ukraine just jived and is now letting the other American boat go slower. But it's currently 1 boat from Ukraine and 3 boats from the US. So it is a difficult position to manage. It is still the boat from Ukraine that is leading. But he needs to slow down those 3 boats because if they enter the finish line in this position, the US will be getting the gold medal. So now they're at the third mark. And the whole situation changed. Currently, USA is leading, is being the first, second, and third boat. followed by 2 boats from Ukraine. So, as USA is currently first, second, third, and sixth, in this current position, they are winning. So, Ukraine has to slow down the boats, catch up, make them wait, and let their teammates that are currently in 7th and 8th position to catch up as well. They're about to round the last mark. And they'll be going to the finish line. It is still USA that has the top 3 positions. Now, the 4th boat from Ukraine is pretty close to them. But they do need to change the whole situation to be able to win this match. So if USA will win this match, it will be 2 out of 3, so they will get the gold medal. If Ukraine wins this match, they will have to do a 3rd match to break the tie and see who's getting which medal. So currently, USA is first, second, and third, followed by Ukraine in 4th and 5th position, and then the 6th and 7th position constantly changing. We have 2 boats that are fighting for that position, and in the 8th position we have a boat from Ukraine that is going all the way to the left. Now we're getting closer to the finish line. And it is the USA that is in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position. That is a winning combination. They'll still have to confirm with the jury. But with the combination at the finish line, USA should be the winner of this match as well. And yes, it looks like it's confirmed. Now we can see the Ukrainian and Ukrainian sailors congratulating the Americans. They're all handshaking, celebrating and congratulating each other. They both really raced really well. USA has not lost a single match, and the only team that Ukraine has lost to was USA. So I guess we could say they really earned these medals. And we will just probably have the celebrations from Team USA. As now we have the jury clapping, so it is official. The winner of the 2022 Optimist Team World Championships is the USA. And they really raced really well, so a big congratulations to Team USA. And also congratulations to Ukraine, who has won the silver medal, and to Sweden, who has won the bronze one. And thank you for watching all the live streams. Thank you for watching for Team Races, and stay tuned for the last day of the Fleet Race, where there will be once again a live stream.